Councillors, we are currently 63 councillors in the chambers. This meeting is a continuation of the meeting from Friday, the 2nd of June, with regards to still 3 items on the agenda that we have to deal with. Notice was given about the meeting, the continuation of the meeting. Let's just first open with a moment of silence for meditation or prayer. Thank you, councillors. Please ensure your phones are either on silent mode, flight mode, and preferably switched off. Please, so that we don't have any interruptions. Applications for leave of absence will be dealt with administratively. The agenda was already accepted on Friday, the 2nd of June. So because it's just a continuation, we're just continuing with the agenda as it was accepted. I just have a few announcements regarding the translation services. We are still sorting that out, so we still don't have translation services today. So please, if you can make your inputs in English, that would be much appreciated. Then also with regards to the laptops, councillors that have not collected their laptops, you still have today, tomorrow and Friday to collect your laptops. You can fetch them on the 7th floor in the speaker's boardroom if you have not collected your laptop yet. Then I just wanted to deal with one issue. Last time when we were in council, there was a journalist here which was requested to leave. We have received confirmation from OFM that Mayor Lunalwa is a journalist for OFM. So if she is in council today, please don't make a fuss about it. Then, unfortunately, we just received some bad news. So if you can just please keep HOD Mabunda from planning in your thoughts today. She just received some bad news about a family member passing. So if we can maybe just have a moment of silence for her and her family. Thank you, councillors. We are then continuing on page 15 of the agenda, the NCR report to council. So I'm going to give over to the NCR to present a report to council. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker, Acting Executive Mayor, and Acting Chief Whip, and Honourable Councillors. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to present to Council the NCR's report. The report will primarily focus on the implementation of the financial recovery and all its pillars by the administration team, as well as the NCR's monitoring and strategic guidance in the implementation of the report. Before I begin, Madam Speaker, let me first update you on the changes in the team, the NCR team. The NCR team is still composed of myself as the NCR. We also have several specialists, mainly for financial specialists, changed in February. We have a new member of the team, Mr. Vosikunene, who has been an MM in many municipalities in KZN and also in finance in different positions in different municipalities. Then we have the NCR governance specialist, we previously had Mr. Nkosi, Mxolisi Nkosi, who has gone back to eThekwini to greener pastures. His replacement is Ms. Tembeka Cibani. Ms. Tembeka Cibani is a lawyer by profession and registered with the Law Society and is also able to appear in court. She started her municipal management experience many years ago. She has over 18 years experience. She has served as a municipal manager with distinction in 3 municipalities, the last one being the Umgeni municipality. At Umgeni, Ms. Tembeka reached a settlement agreement with the DA-led municipality, and they withdrew all charges against her and requested that she resigns. From Umgeni, then she joined Kokta, KZN, where she was serving at Mzinyati municipality as NCR governance specialist. And so now she is here with us as a governance specialist. And let me reiterate, Madam Speaker, it's a DA-led government or municipality run by Ndate Papas that reached a settlement agreement with Ms. Tembeka and decided to drop all charges against her. I say this because I do understand that social media can be a source of information that can go unchecked by many people. And I want to declare and to say Ms. Tembeka is qualified and has no record of being dismissed from any municipality. The last person in my team, it's Mr. Eric Ngomani. Mr. Eric Ngomani has been with the team since the inception. He is the specialist on service delivery. I think many of you know him. And then we also just have an admin, project management admin for ourselves, who does most of our paperwork and all the project administration we require, Mr. Mbulelo Nkosi. Madam Speaker, let me start now with the business of the day in terms of the NCR report. When we start, let us first look at where we are at. We are at the point where the financial recovery plan was developed in May 2020 in line with Section 41 of MFMF. It was adopted by Council, Mangaung Council, on 15 December 2020, referring to Resolution 128.1 of 15/12/2020. The intervention was initially commissioned by the provincial government as a mandatory intervention. Later, national government had to intervene through Section 150 of the MFMA. Section 150, subsection 2 of the MFMA reads, Madam Speaker, if the national executive intervenes in a municipality in terms of subsection 1, A, the national executive assumes for the purpose of the intervention the functions and powers of a provincial executive in terms of the chapter. B, minister assumes for the purpose of the intervention the functions of the MEC for finance in terms of this chapter. B, Roman numeral 3, a provincial intervention must be read as reference to a national intervention. Roman numeral 2, MEC for finance must be read as reference to Minister of Finance. Why am I mentioning all this, Madam Speaker? Is that there has been debate whether there is an FRP or not. There is an FRP that was created by the provincial government. And now the MEC steps out and the minister steps in. It does not mean that you necessitate a new FRP. But the minister has taken upon himself that he will review and amend the FRP that's existing. In the interim, you implement the FRP that is adopted by Council, that is understood by both national and also province to be the FRP for Mangaung Municipality. We are in a process where we have undergone a review of the status quo by National Treasury in terms of them amending the FRP. They will come in due course on a roadshow to come and present the status quo. After presenting the status quo, then they will come and present to all stakeholders that are involved, the residents of Mangaung, the council and the staff of Mangaung the FRP that we will adopt and go forward with. Madam Speaker, I want to start first by looking at the role clarity vis-à-vis the FRP of all the role players. The role players being the NCR, being the administration led by the municipal manager and council. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to just touch on a few, but not all. The first one of the important functions by the NCR is monitoring and making sure that you guide the implementation of the FRP. Amongst them, there is ensuring implementation of appropriate corrective and control measures necessary to give effect to the FRP implementation. Working closely with the city manager and also council and executive mayor in the implementation of the FRP. Madam Speaker, I also want to move
I'm
to
sorry,
the...
NCR, sorry. Councillors, please, I've now asked, please, can you just make sure your phones are on silent, flight mode or off? There's a lot of phones going off the whole time. So please, council whips, caucus whips, can you please just assist me in this regard? Apologies, NCR.
Honourable Madam Speaker, I want to touch on the role of the municipal manager, who is the most important role player. Oh, thank you so much. I thought it was automatic. Thank you, ma'am. The role of the municipal manager with respect to the implementation of the FRP cannot be left unattended or taken seriously. The municipal manager is accounting officer. In terms of his role, he has to ensure statutory powers to the extent that they impact the FRP and is bound by the FRP. And they must be exercised, these statutory powers, with the concurrence of the NCR. I want to pause there and to say, unfortunately, when we arrived in Mangaung, we were given a very hostile welcome, not only by the council, but also by the municipal manager. The S1 municipal manager, Ndate Mutlashuping, did not carry out any of the duties or functions that are assigned to him as accounting officer in the FRP. There are some instances where he made decisions outside the concurrence of the NCR. And we're still wrapping those up, and we will bring them to council to report on them and to his minister. Overall management of administration to ensure efficient and effective support for FRP implementation. As I mentioned, the support in terms of the implementation of the FRP was not existent, Madam Speaker. At EMT, the FRP was not even given a slot at all. We communicated with him through many letters, and we have put them with our pack in terms of the portfolio of evidence, because meetings that would be set up, which are required between the NCR and the municipal manager for weekly meetings of implementation of FRP, he did not honor. He would simply agree to the meeting through his office. I would appear at his office. I would be told he is nowhere. Many times. Myself and Tate Mtlashuping met only twice. The first time, it was when we were introduced. The second time, when it was our own meeting, was a very short meeting when he was about to leave. Other than that, he honored none of the meetings that were sent to him. The municipal manager must also exercise delegations authority in terms of council-approved systems of delegation, and is subject to oversight and directive by the NCR insofar as the FRP is concerned. Honorable Madam Speaker, let me move on to the role of the Municipal Council vis-à-vis the FRP. Council will be responsible to oversee the implementation of the approved and imposed FRP, which the municipality must implement. The FRP binds the executive and legislative authority of council the executive mayor, and the accounting officer, including approval of the budget, legislative measures to give effect to the budget, ensuring that all decisions are consistent with the objectives, key performance areas, indicators, and targets contained in the FRP. And one, Madam Speaker, which maybe needs to be tested if there are those who are aggrieved by it, Madam Speaker, in court, without argument, without buying anyone's face. This means that no decision, executive or legislative, can be approved by council, executive mayor, accounting officer that contravenes or defeats the FRP and its objectives. Madam Speaker, having sketched the picture of what each role player is supposed to do, understanding myself and the mandate, the EMT team being here also, and also council and its role, let me go into the report now. Our report first started by doing a status quo on behalf of National Treasury, which we handed over to them in November. The status quo sketches a few of worrying factors and things that are there about the municipality. There is systemic breakdown of governance, of service delivery, and many other things in the Mangaung municipality. I will start first with the stakeholder relations and politics. There's constant strikes by citizens, employees, and suppliers who storm the office because they've not been paid. There is no well-defined stakeholder engagement plan, be it when we're engaging for IDPs, be it when we are engaging also about council, and I'll make a few examples. Council adopts a council calendar, but that calendar is not adhered to. The citizen out there is expecting certain time frame and date with hearing what is happening in council. So on the stakeholder engagement, Madam Speaker, Mangaung Municipality, in totality from administrative and also political, there is poor communication with stakeholders. There's political interference in operations, political misalignment that is also happening in the different areas. When we move on to the finance.
Sorry, NCR. Councillor McQueen.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I'm just trying to follow the very informative report of the NCR. And I'm not so sure which of the documents that we have here she can guide us to. So I don't know. I'm fairly very interested in following. So I'm volume 4. Is it volume 4? Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tate Mokoena. Financial, there's been an accounting loss in the past 4 years. A qualified audit finding this year, nearly avoiding a disclaimer. There's low performance across all the municipal finance ratios. Revenue increased by 1% per annum, while inflation is above 4%. There's critical supply chain challenges leading to poor cost management and poor service delivery, including threats to grants. When we look at the governance and institutional capability, the key political operational structures and committees are not well constituted and not well operating. Council calendar adherence, as I said. There's LLF ineffectiveness. LLF set only once since our arrival, and thereafter there's not been LLF since December. There is no risk committee. The current audit committee is coming, its term is coming to an end. Then when we look at the service delivery is superb across all utility and community services. There's limited maintenance and experience, and also equipment and fleet hampers service delivery, which needs to be attended to. There's poor project management in infrastructure grants throughout. There's poor monitoring of projects. The Metro, unfortunately, needs to attend to maintenance and also infrastructure investment to address service delivery. Madam Speaker, phase 1 of the rescue phase of the FRP, there are 3 phases. We are in phase 1. Mangaung has been in phase 1 since 2020. Ideally, phase 1 is supposed to last for 6 to 8 months. some of the things that are needed to get Mangaung out of phase 1 is immediately on the financial management aspect of the financial recovery plan, namely cash, restoring the cash position, improving daily cash and cash equivalent balances, cost containment, improving debtors collection rate, ring-fencing of conditional grants, payment of creditors, and producing a funded budget. And until we have met all of these, then can we say we can move to phase 2. Phase 2 is intended that once you've improved your revenue and your collection, you're able to attend to your service delivery backlogs. And you can now not rely only on grants for some of the needed infrastructure and maintenance. When we look at the first pillar of the FRP, which is the financial management, Treasury has a benchmark set in terms of these phases. And we report on that monthly to Treasury. And our report is up till 2023 April. I know previously last week we looked at March figures. So some of these figures will differ because we are reporting monthly. We're not reporting quarterly to Treasury. So I have given Council the latest reported figures. Madam Speaker, when we look at the report of the financial management pillar, there are essentially only 3 improvements. Sorry, Madam Speaker, there are 6 improvements in terms of the financial recovery key financial metric ratios. Of 16 of those, 9 are not within acceptable level, and 1 is slightly above the acceptable level. So it means that we need to pay attention to 10 more of those. Madam Speaker, it may seem that the picture is gloomy, but because at least there is an improvement in 3 of those, we believe that Mangaung has the capacity to improve gradually in some of those measures. Madam Speaker, the improvements mainly is in terms of at least the city now has a cash coverage ratio of 2 months. You require 1 to 3 months. And also the debt to revenue. The debt to revenue, though, it's not because it's an improvement, it's because we cannot take more debt given the financial position. At least the good thing, we are able to pay our debt as Mangaung. When we arrived as the NCR team, a loan payment was missed in November, and we undertook with the then mayor, Datem Kolisi, to say we need to commit to the payments and ensure that money is ring-fenced so that when the commitments are due on the debt, they are made. So that is also an improvement. The other improvement, Madam Speaker, that you find is in the creditors' payment days, but that excludes Bloom Water. So when you take total creditors excluding Bloom Water, that is within 31 days, you require that to be 30 days. With the Bloom Water, there is progress with Bloom Water. The executive mayor and the new city manager have held discussions and engagements in terms of sorting out the service level agreement and also the outstanding debt, which we anticipate that when we start the new budget by 1st of July, we will know what our monthly obligations to Bloom Water are and also stick to that in terms of the agreements. Madam Speaker, as I said, the others need to be paid attention to. Those include revenue and collection. Albeit collection has improved to now 78%, we do believe that Mangaung can push beyond 80% if it puts in place the required measures that we have guided that they must be implemented in terms of revenue collection, revenue protection, and overall revenue enhancement. If the city puts those things into place, then the city will be able to be sustainable and continue. Madam Speaker, we also have, according to the financial recovery plan, other measures that are put on the side by Treasury that are not applicable to phase 1, but applicable to phase 2. But we are being monitored from Treasury in terms of those other measures in the financial management pillar. Those include URFWE. In essence, the NCR team has drafted a policy and reduction plan that we handed to the EMT on the 23rd of November, and we resubmitted it on the 15th of February this year, where we are saying address your UIF and also have a reduction plan, but most importantly, also bring that to council on a quarterly basis, your register of UIFW, and that consequence management as per Section 32 of the MFMA is followed by council and administration. Cost containment measures. Madam Speaker, we reviewed the policy and we handed it over to EMT on the 1st of December 2022. The new city manager is implementing the cost containment policy, and we require, Madam Speaker, that this must be also tabled to council with the budget policies. Madam Speaker, the other one is lack of procedure to pay creditors. In terms of lack of procedure, the NCR team drafted a standard operating procedure, which we handed over to EMT and the new CFO, acting CFO, on the 12th of January 2023. The CFO is implementing the guideline, hence the improvement in the creditors, and also the attention being given to Blue Water. SCM compliance. Madam Speaker, we have reviewed the SCM policy. We found many anomalies in the SCM policy. That policy will come to council with the budget policies that need to be endorsed. And there is commitment from the accounting officer that she will table that SCM policy in council. What we found with the SCM policy is that it was not in adherence to the legislation that guide SCM in totality. Funded budget. Madam Speaker, when we arrived, Mangaung was operating with a budget that was not funded. We have participated both in the adjustment budget and the Mpac. And the adjustment budget, Madam Speaker, according to Treasury and its metrics and everything they do to determine whether a budget is funded, Treasury confirmed that it is funded. Now we are working on the Mpac budget, and we are sorting out quite a few other things, hence the delay in the budget tabling, to ensure that the budget that is tabled is funded indeed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will move now to the governance and institutional pillar of the Financial Recovery Plan. In the governance and institutional pillar, Madam Speaker, we will start with the political administrative interface. With respect to the administrative interface, we acknowledge that council is becoming more stable. They have appointed yourself, Madam Speaker, as Speaker. And for the first time since June last year, which is in the previous financial year, in this financial year, Troika has been operating and sitting since May this year. And that, Madam Speaker, is something that is regarded as progress when we look at the governance, because it starts to now shape council, its agenda, and all the other programs that need to happen. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I'm a bearer of bad news. And sometimes it's easy to hate the bearer of bad news. But the news is the news. It's a content which you must listen to. Council adopted a council calendar in July 2022. Council has held 14 council meetings. And of those, the majority have been special meetings. Council has not adhered to its council agenda. Critical is that all the MFMA compliance that were required in certain quarters were missed. Quarter 2, quarter 3. Madam Speaker, let me give examples which you know very well of. We did not table the annual report as is expected in quarter 3. We did not, Madam Speaker, table the SDBIB and the Section 52D in quarter 3. We've tabled them in quarter 4. There are many other things that have been missed that ought to have been done by council. One of them is tabling the Mpac report and approval of the annual report. That is still outstanding, Madam Speaker. That is a function of council. It is required that all in-year reports must be submitted on time. And those that have not been submitted on time, we must report to the Minister of Finance and also the MEC of local government, and take them into confidence on when we intend to table and what measures we're going to take to correct. I have not seen any measures, Madam Speaker, on the annual report. You have tried, Madam Speaker, on Mpac. Unfortunately, you have been let down by councillors that there has not been a quorum every time that you have tried to call Mpac so that the report of Mpac can be coming through to be discussed. Madam Speaker, only 2 of your calendar meetings were adhered to on time for this financial year. And hopefully, the last one of 29 June will also be adhered to, and that will take you to 3. Council governance and oversight. When we look at council governance and oversight, we look at training provided for councillors and also UIFWE. Training was done in the previous in this financial year. However, as council, there is no oversight or progress made on UIFWE, and that remains escalating amongst many other things. Systems of delegation. The NCR team took an initiative of reviewing in its entirety version 11 of the Delegation of Authority in 2023. This was last reviewed between 2016 and 2017. No progress has been made, Madam Speaker, in terms of the systems of delegation. We are hoping to engage the ACM to take through these delegations, look at them, see if they're fit for purpose, and bring them to Council for a review and approval. The executive management team. On our arrival, Madam Speaker, Tate Mutla held executive management team meetings on Thursdays when the team understood that. But those would be cancelled at nilly-willy. At times and always, there were no reports tabled. Everything was reported to verbally. It becomes very difficult to monitor and to hold anyone accountable when reports are not consistently being tabled officially, and also to monitor themselves as EMT in terms of the SDBIP and its progress. We require a standing calendar, standing items on the EMT that need to be addressed irrespective, of which the FRP is one of them. The audit committee, on arrival, we noted that the annual internal audit plan was not risk-based, and we communicated this to the risk management unit and also audit committee. Madam Speaker, there has been progress. This has been aligned to date. In terms of the audit outcome, Madam Speaker, administration should have tabled an audit management action plan, but that has not been tabled yet to Council. We are hoping that they will bring it. There have been challenges. We did indicate to Mr. Mtlashuping how important it was, but he did not heed our guidance. Now that Mangaung is here, she is pushing the team to finalize. From my knowledge, the audit action plan has been finalized, and it's a matter of it coming to Council and then being tabled on Treasury's website. Our concern with that, Madam Speaker, is that the AG was here the other day, and they lamented the municipality for not following up on audit action plans or management representation letters. We will finalize the audit action plan. However, we will have no days to implement it because it's end of the year. Mangaung needs to align its calendar and activities and actions on time to address AG findings and also internal audit findings. Madam Speaker, carrying on in the governance. In a nutshell, when we look at governance, it is the backbone of the municipality. The financial management and the service delivery are both dependent on that. So unless we sort out and get some of those basics right, and that is why Treasury insists that we put them in also in this first phase, we will not achieve the milestones or the metrics that are needed of the financial management pillar and also of the service delivery pillar. Madam Speaker, one of the key things we also noted in governance and performance management. Performance management needs to be implemented in Mangaung. We have requested previously the erstwhile acting executive mayor, Mayor Mapaseka Mutibi, to go through the performance contracts and perform a performance evaluation of the city manager. And we requested Ntate Mhlashping to also do a performance management for the administration team. Everything starts at the top. So if the city manager has a performance contract, it must be reviewed. Since the intervention team arrived in Mangaung, no performance review has happened. So we are hoping that that will happen with due course and very soon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me move on to the service delivery pillar. In the service delivery pillar, Madam Speaker, the FRP looks at a few components. Those components include ineffective waste collection, limited resources in terms of fleet, fixing of potholes, fixing of water leaks. If we look at the progress to date by the intervention of the NCR in terms of waste collection, we have fully supported the efforts by requesting additional money from National Treasury to order fleet and also look at the new specialized vehicles that are needed by end of June 2023. Madam Speaker, we now understand and know from the HOD, Mr. Nell, that the orders have been placed, everything has been signed off, and that will also improve our CAPEX grants, Madam Speaker. When we look at our commitments, it takes us up. That Wallace also, his fleet has arrived, and some of it is awaiting for it. So that is progress on that side. In terms of waste collection and the limited resources. Fixing of potholes, National Treasury gave us 20 million to fix potholes. Madam Speaker, that's not enough money. Hence, we need to make our own revenue and collection to be able to attend to potholes. The potholes that have been attended to have already been included in the CAPEX, and the money has fully been spent of 20 million on potholes. Fixing water leaks, Madam Speaker. We anticipate that these water leaks will become much more of a problem and a wasted expenditure. We need to put in place a plan, and there is no plan yet by the engineering team in terms of non-revenue water, and this includes the water leaks. Madam Speaker, Treasury also includes certain things in terms of service delivery that we have to look at. Those things include contract management, Section 116 compliance, dysfunctional water treatment works, funding for water treatment works, and funding for sewer spillage across the city, and spending on grants. As an intervention team, we have drafted a management policy, handed it over to EMT on the 14th of December 2022 with respect to contracts management. EMT has committed to implement the policy in the 2023-24 financial year. Section 116 compliance, we've drafted a Section 116 reporting framework. We handed it over to EMT on the 12th of February 2023 with a view to monitoring contracts and performance. Madam Speaker, why is this so important? What you see in Mangaung is a mismatch of appointment of service provider as a consultant to look at projects on the ground and the contractor. If you do not align these two in terms of looking at your contracts compliance, then there will always be standing time that we incur unnecessarily. There'll be contractors who leave because there is no consultant to oversee. There'll be consultants who leave because there's no contractor on the ground. And that is the situation on most of the CAPEX projects in Mangaung. The Section 116 is now being implemented. It started in the month of May, and we are hoping that in due course it will come to council as soon as we've had a full quarter on it. So the first quarter at least of 2023-24, we expect this to come to council. It is a legislative reporting requirement. The waterworks, Madam Speaker, we visited the waterworks yesterday, and we are reviewing all the CAPEX on the ground. I am pleased to announce that there is work that is carrying on most of the waterworks, that Treasury has given us funding in terms of prioritizing the refurbishment of plant and also the pumps that are associated with it. However, that is not enough funding, Madam Speaker. Again, I sound like a broken record, as my Honorable Councillor Mongale would say. We need to have our own revenue collection being pumped up to address all of these. The poor spending on conditional grants, we initiated a CAPEX war room, which is led by the municipality, the general managers and the HODs, reports to the city manager. Madam Speaker, this started in the second week of May. When it started, CAPEX, total CAPEX, including the grants, was sitting at 32%. Last week, when we closed the month, when we looked at the total CAPEX, CAPEX was at 45%. Just in 2 weeks of its operation, a 17% increase. What we are doing with my team now is to make sure that we go view on the ground the work that is existing. But we are also viewing the invoices that are in the pipeline before we pay them on the ground and doing a CAPEX inspection. You are all welcome to join us on our CAPEX inspection days.
Sorry. Councillor Mabena, Councillor Makulwane, and Councillor Mohon, stop what you are doing, please.
Our CAPEX inspection takes place on Tuesday, 1 o'clock. We leave Mangaung, and we surprise and target areas where we know there are contractors on the ground, where we are waiting invoices to ensure that truly what is being paid for is being spent on the ground, and we will see the benefits of that for the Metro. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, once again, I thank you for listening to me. I want to just leave you with a parting shot. The successful implementation of the financial recovery plan depends on the commitment of all staff, as well as positive working relations between the political and administrative leadership. Furthermore, the interrelations between EMT and NCR teams. All decisions that have an impact on the 4 pillars of the financial recovery plan, be it governance and institutional development, financial management, or service delivery, must be taken with the concurrence of the NCR. The financial recovery plan must be understood in all pillars by all role players, councillors, management, and the NCR. It is impossible to achieve the FRP pillars while working in an environment where decisions are not taken by both political and administrative components. Let us improve our commitment to achieve better and perform as per our mandate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Maloza. Councillors, I received speakers from the ANC and from the DA. Are there any other councillors that want to make inputs on this item, 84.1? Councillor Denner. Councillor Mpac. Councillor Mongale and Councillor Sebulao. Oh, Bale, sorry. Any other councillors? Okay. The speakers on the item will then be Councillor Suledi, Councillor van der Walt, Councillor Denner, Councillor Mpac, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Dipale, Councillor Mogotluane, and then Councillor Salmai Pretorius, in that order. Sorry. Councillor Matai. Okay, councillors, can I maybe ask, can we just maybe first take these speakers that I've mentioned now, and then after they have spoken, if you are not covered by what they have indicated, I will give another opportunity for speakers again. I think this is a very important report So I think it's just fair to allow all speakers, if they were not covered, to make inputs. Okay. Councillor Soledi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this Council voluntarily requested to be placed under Section 135, 5A and C of the Constitution of the Republic in December 2019, which came to effect in June 2020. Subsequent to deteriorating situation, the province requested National to intervene in terms of Section 1397, read with Section 150 of MFMA. It must be noted by this Council that this is the first time since 2019 that this Council received a progress on financial recovery plan. And, Honourable Speaker, we cannot ignore the fact that this significant moment is happening in the period while both the NCR and ACM are women. Honourable Speaker, as the ANC, we welcome the report as tabled. This report presents an opportunity for this Council to reflect on critical matters that needs an urgent attention. It is presenting in black and white matters that needs committees of this Council to develop strategies on how to improve oversight so as to speedily deliver services to our citizens and change the status quo. Honourable Speaker, the report has identified areas where we need to change and strengthen our existing policies and bylaws in order to respond to the current demands and challenges of service delivery. Honourable Speaker, I urge this Council that before we dismiss it, we need to ask ourselves very difficult questions about our constitutional mandate as this Council. One of the questions that we need to ask ourselves is, as this Council, are we really making sure that the citizens of Mangaung receive the services that they so need? Honourable Speaker, the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. This Council for the past year has spent so much time on matters that has little to do with service delivery and changing the lives of the residents. The ANC urged this Council to move forward, and thereof, success will take care of itself. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Walt.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to speak to the Mayor on his speech at the end of the last meeting, but unfortunately he's not here. But I do want to mention that I think every councillor here wants to see this team succeed, wants to see the EMT succeed, wants to see the city succeed. And if it's possible, we will do anything we can to do that. But it's only possible if our political leadership, led by the Mayor, does his part in overseeing, monitoring, and giving leadership in the council. If we do not do that, there's a very real movement under citizens talking about a rights revolt. And then NCR, you can dissolve council. It's not going to stop a rights revolt if it happens. We don't want to see it. We want to assist you where we can to stop that. But it's only possible if our leadership does their part and the NCR can keep herself above politics. Speaker, this is the first report that we have seen since the intervention started from Intiyisu Consulting. Since the start of the intervention 14 months ago, this is in contravention with the terms of reference that were gazetted. No explanation or apology as to why we haven't received previous reports. But this is exactly what we have come to expect from the intervention so far. Reading this report sounds eerily like a page from the Andre de Ruyter book on how the ANC continues to slaughter our once powerful electricity company. Yet very little of what is written in this report has not been suggested, exposed or brought forward by the DA or fought about by the DA in this council and in the 2020 financial recovery plan. It simply confirms what we have been saying and calling for Mangaung to do for months and years. Yet still very little progress has been made on the key interventions that are needed to turn the city around. Because the ANC-appointed NCR and intervention team has been, at least until now, hopefully not from now on, too busy playing factional politics and undermining each other, and especially the newly elected speaker, to give any attention to the critical interventions that are needed to stop the decline in the city. Instead of actually resolving the core issues that she identifies, she clearly thinks the solution is to resolve council. Really, so that finally there is no oversight by Mpac or council over how the last drop of blood is drained from our city to fund the ANC campaign for 2024. Mr. Meyer, who's not here, through you, Speaker, you asked for more useful advice. The top 10 municipalities, according to the Auditor General and Ratings Africa, are all DA. If you want to learn lessons about governing, you could go to the mayor and officials of the best performing DA municipalities to ask them how to make a municipality a success, and even ask their help. I listened to the list of NCR people. I wonder if there's one person who was part of a best performing municipality while they performed so good. I don't think so. And even ask their help. Just a word of caution. The previous minister did indeed contact the mayor of Saldanha Bay, the best rated financially municipality, to ask if they would help with struggling municipalities. And he was willing to help. And even sent officials on one condition. If there is any corruption or wrongdoing uncovered by his team and they are stopped from acting on it, he will take his team and he will leave. He has not heard from the Department of Koktas since. And this, Mr. Meyer, is why we can't have nice things in Mangaung while the ANC is in control. I beg you to prove me wrong. Just a few highlights from the report. Water losses has reached 49%. Now, a study is going to be done. Really?
30 seconds, Councillor.
Speaker? Do you not see the water flowing in every street and every suburb and every day, despite being reported to the call centre mayor and the entire team? Go to 74 Paul Creer Avenue, 24 Jock Meyring Street, Horwitz Street, 26 Groenewoud Street, where the water is flowing. Then the average age of debtors has doubled to 400 days.
Time, Councillor. Councillor Denner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate the NCR and the intervention team. It only took them 6 months to bring the report to Council. And that is because instead of improving the financial situation and focusing on their actual mandate in the Mangaung Metro Municipality, the NCR and the intervention teams are involving themselves with all kinds of issues except the financial recovery plan, the budget and the IDP. The financial recovery plan is supposed to inform the IDP and budget. One would think that the NCR and the intervention team would assist with the budget, but no. It's still the same cut and paste draft budget that we see every year. Instead, the NCR thinks she's the administrator of Mangaung by interfering in council, deciding whether council's decisions should be implemented or not, how should it be implemented, and so on. Through you, Madam Speaker, Ms. Malaza, if you served any purpose in this municipality, the budget would have been your focus and not council meetings and council decisions. You were never elected by the people, and your interference in council is unacceptable and undemocratic. One example to prove what I'm saying is in Annexure B. The Metro carried its business as in the past, was stated. The report claims work that has been done in the Metro. In Afrikaans we call this om met 'n ander man se colours te ploeg. In English, to indicate another man's work as your own. Ironically, the NCR and the intervention team updated and revised the 2019 financial recovery plan by including provision for an expense of 14.2 million, according to an answer from the Minister of Finance in reply to a question regarding the actual cost of the intervention team to the Metro. Who's paying for their accommodation and their security? Are they costing us more than they are worth? Is this municipality just a cash cow for those who are apparently being tasked to turn it around? I cannot refer to page numbers, as the agenda is not paginated. If you can't even manage to number these pages of an agenda for a meeting of your oversight body, then I suppose we shouldn't expect miracles, to the very least sound financial planning and management either. The lack of performance in solving Mangaung's financial woes is clearly illustrated in Annexure B. Hierdie is 'n spoeg en plak oefening van groot woorde met die hoop dat dit skreiende wanprestasies sal verbloem. There are so-called root causes and strategies to solve and identified, but no results are indicated. Can I deduce from this that none of these problems have been solved? Examples, creditors of more than 31 months. What are the cost of money after almost 3 years? Unthinkable from a service provider's point of view. Capital budget implementation, 20% below the norm. Built revenue, 98.07%. Not sure if anybody would believe you. Water infrastructure maintenance plan, not completed. Unaccepted water losses, no budget. What role did you play here? If the NCR and the intervention team were actually in Mangaung and in their offices or actively involved in their supposed business, we would have been a clear indication of that in the financials of the Metro. But as it stands, you can't really intervene in a place if you leave on a Thursday and only come back on a Monday. We take note of the appointment of Mpac. Why do we always redeploy to Mangaung when they are forced to leave other municipalities under a cloud of suspicion or dismissed or suspended? Did Mangaung become the dumping ground for corrupt officials? How can we trust this team? The NCR and the intervention team are clearly not here for the betterment of Mangaung and the people of Mangaung. We deserve better. You should stay here, do your work, and see the sights, or what's left of it, rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mpac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the business world, Madam Speaker, if there is anything wrong in every organization, you don't keep quiet until things go higher. You just share them out. I'm just referring to this report of the Mema Laza concerning the issue of Ndademo Tlashupi. In my language, it says that now, Mahodi apatile maiba. Madam Speaker, I have read through the report of the NCR with apprehension. It is almost inconceivable that the municipality pays such a huge salary bill to its employees every month, with such a small return on its investment. My attention was first focused on the management of the revenue, as the city has a debtors balance around more than 10 billion by the end of April 2023. I have also reminded myself this concern that the comments in the NCRC report are underlining conditions that have been existing for the past almost 3 years with little or no improvement. The report reads, for example, that revenue management activity of the city are still, in the capital letter, guided, and that the most critical shortage are still being the lack of responsibility management. Madam Speaker, I am underlining the words still here because it has become very clear that a culture of non-consequency has caused the employees of this municipality to become ambitious in their own non-compliance to the set rules and regulations. By now, they know that nothing will happen to them. It is also a very suspicious that I'm reading report of the critical post still not being filled after the 3 years. This smells like deliberately sabotage and help to open the doors to the precious position that will be filled ourselves in today. The ACDP is on the opinion that certain elements in this municipality are actively working against any all plans or action to turn it around, and they are getting away with it because there are no consequences to their action or inaction. The ACDP demanded that a never-ending letter writing and so-called investigations must be beefed up with action. If we want this municipality turn around, the head must roll and arrested must be made where necessary. Madam Speaker, we can keep on holding endless meetings, but Without any decisive action, this municipality is not going to be saved. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, I will sound like a scratch CD. And it is heartbreaking to see a report coming after 14 months when the people have been sent us as expert. The National Cabinet Rep was sent here to come and assist the municipality in terms of financial recovery plan. But the National Cabinet Rep has failed with distinction. What she did, it was just to sit here and lament, and lament, and lament, and lament. And this is not an institution that heals those that are crying, but it's an institution where service delivery must be effected. And this is what has failed. We cannot hear about Mr. Motlashuping when Mr. Motlashuping is not here. We call that a cheap shot or an opportunistic attack on someone who cannot respond for himself. The document that we said it is not here, the financial recovery plan, I still stand by my word. We don't have the financial recovery plan that has been presented by the minister or the National Cabinet Rep or the National Intervention Team. The document we have that they have submitted as an Annexure E, it's a draft. It's written draft. It is not a document. It said draft financial recovery plan. It means it's a preliminary version of what is to come as a complete document. But it has not come. I hope I'm not teaching people English. There is 100 million that was lost while the National Cabinet Rep was here. When the acting CFO at that time was Mr. CDT, that 100 million has not yet been recovered. And we hear that there is other money that is missing and getting lost. And she says she's not doing that because she has chosen to play politics than to play the national intervention role in terms of financial recovery plan. It is so opportunistic of her to mention that this council have also failed to have a council meeting according to the calendar. But she has not told this council why have they also increased the finances of the municipality by getting at least 2 bodyguards for every person that has come to this municipality. I'm talking about 18 bodyguards. She has not told us how much are those 18 bodyguards are costing this municipality in terms of hotels, in terms of food, in terms of entertainment, and all other things that they are enjoying as part of their benefits. She has been mum because she thought we'll forget about it. No, we are not sleeping. We are not sleeping. The issue of consequence management. If she's complaining that there's been an Auditor General report and there are people that have been flagged there that they have done unlawful things, but nothing has been done, it is a duty to assist the National Intervention Team to make sure that there is consequence management, and she has failed with distinction. The 3 phases that she's talking about, the rescue phase, stabilization phase, and sustainability phase, I'm afraid that will not even go to stabilization phase under her leadership as a National Cabinet Rep unless there is a replacement of her, or we replace the entire team that is here, that is trying to create an impression that they're going to help us while they're milking the municipal money. The pie chart in page 19, the pie chart seems not to be showing any picture that a National Cabinet Rep has done anything with the team in terms of collecting money from the province that the province owes us and the money that national owes us. Even after the ministers promised us that, just give me a letter, I will instruct the relevant people to pay those that are owing at the level of national.
30 seconds, Councillor.
I'm so hurt because it's a report of 4 quarters and we can't fix it in 5 minutes. It's a reality. You realize when you arrive at home that I was correct. The absence of disciplinary board that she's lamenting about, she was the one who was supposed to assist the national intervention team in implementing that disciplinary board. She has been here on holiday, not doing anything. She only started acting when you complained that they are here on holiday, they are not giving us any financial recovery plan. And then she started panicking and writing that document. That you can see, it's a cut and paste. Because in some of the pages there, it is referring to the period of 5 years. When you read it, it is saying that in the past 5 years, the council...
Time, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Dipole.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. It definitely would sound like Ms. Malaza is now passing the buck to Mr. Mutlashupin, but the EFF stood here. If you can listen to the recordings, EFF stood here and said, what is it that Ntate Mutlashupin, because Ntate Mutlashupin was brought here as an expert. And really, Ntate Mutlashupin cannot just be left unattended. The question is, how are we going to deal with it? Because I can even believe her when she says she attempted to make an appointment with her to meet with him. Because EFF written 18 Rule 38 to him, and we requested so many meetings, as he has never not even responded, not to even single one of them. We attempted to have an appointment with him. We couldn't. The man's arrogance sometimes really, but it would seem like some people are just passing the buck. And the question is, what are we going to do about Ntate Mutlashupin? The NCR put a presentation here, and regarding the presentation, they talked about the revenue and the service delivery and the governance. And regarding the revenue, how do we make sure that municipality on its own can make its own money? There must be a skills audit, because really, we can't even, a simple thing of potholes, not only potholes, but a simple thing of sewage. You struggle for months. It hasn't been raining, but go to the location there and see how the spillage of that thing. Because sometimes they would say, no, during summer because it's raining, this and that. There are people who are sleeping on duty. There are people who don't know what they are doing. They're sitting in offices, they really don't know what is it that they're doing. And NCR also must make sure that there are so many resolutions that these councils have. Not even one of the resolutions have been talked about, or maybe it's about time that the NCR itself make sure that this council implement the resolutions that are taken by this council, because we have taken so many resolutions. Unfortunately, nothing gets done about it. And she has also put on the issue of stakeholders, whereby there has always been disruptions here in these institutions. And now we have also interference of politicians on day-to-day running of the municipality. And that in its own plays a role whereby there's always instability in the Mangaung Council. Because we cannot have a situation whereby people can just come and threaten and close this place. whereby it is the some people or maybe the workers, of which some of the workers or most of the workers have a legitimate concern of what is happening. Because now it cannot be that people go and work for 30 days and then they don't have their salaries. How is that? So we cannot have a situation like that. So can we make sure that workers are taken care of? Because if those workers are not taken, they cannot be productive and they can never be any revenue. Because now, if those workers are not taken care of, they will go back and sit there because nothing of them, they don't get what is expected of them at the end of the month.
30 seconds, Councillor.
So can we make sure that we improve in terms of service delivery so that we can have a situation whereby our people can be able to say, we can pay for water. We can pay for water. But with the situation that is facing Mangaung right now, we can never have a situation whereby we'll be able to say to our people, I myself to say, please pay for the services that you are getting from the municipalities. Because the situation out there, it's not conducive for them, even to us to say to them, please pay for your services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mokgotluwane, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the August House at large. On occasion like today, the tabling of the NCR report to Council, particularly on the progress made as far as the implementation of the financial recovery plan is concerned, takes me back to the late 18th century Europe. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period. In short, the period was so far like the present period. Madam Speaker, this famous open line by Charles Dickens is in the famous novel A Tale of Two Cities. It's a long list of the state of affairs in the then London and Paris. But it just as well be a state of affairs in Mangaung now, as we speak. In short, the period was so far like the present period. It's a mess of extreme contradictions. These famous lines hint at the novel central tension between love and family on one hand, and oppression and hatred on the other hand. The lines further suggest that good and evil, wisdom and folly, and light and darkness stand equally meshed in their struggle. In short, the period was so far like the present period. Madam Speaker, implementation of the financial recovery plan is mandatory. No two ways about it. The NCR report to Council outlines the three pillars of the financial recovery plan, as well as the roles of the different stakeholders. The first pillar is the financial management pillar, which has three phases. Phase one is the rescue phase, which focuses primarily on cash and restoring the cash position of the municipality so that we can be able to deliver services. Thirdly, after a period of almost 2 years, We are still in this phase, which by right was supposed to have taken 6 to 8 months to complete. But there's some progress, albeit at a snail's pace, Madam Speaker. A journey of 1,000 kilometers starts off with 1 millimeter. There are concerns regarding funding of the budget, supply chain management, UIF, WE, MAAP. There's also an NCR monitoring tool, as well as current interventions in this regard. Pillar 2 deals with governance and institutional development matters. This pillar is about people, the human resource, and how they relate to each other in order to bring about service delivery to the communities. In the NCR words, Mangaung Metro is characterized by elements of a lack of and poor oversight and governance systems. Political instability, factionalism in municipal council, high vacancy rates at senior management level and lower levels, low staff morale, poor work ethics and professionalism, prolonged disciplinary matters, high litigations, including cost and poor planning for transitional measures. A monitoring tool and measures and interventions are also included.
30 seconds, Councillor.
We need to improve our relations. A lot of emotional intelligence is required in this regard. I'm not going to talk about pillar number 3. Phase to say that people will be expecting a lot of services from us, and we'll have to implement those services. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, a financial recovery plan is a must for us all to implement. Even all as councillors, we must know by heart the 3 pillars of the state of the financial pillars. In conclusion, the ANC support the NCR report, and we expect more. It's a work in progress. Rise, for the days passing, and you lie dreaming on. The others have battled their armor, and forced to war have gone. A place awaits you in the ranks. Each councillor has some part to play. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Salmai Pretorius.
Honourable Speaker, the DA takes note of the report from the NCR. Unfortunately, I think more time was spent on compiling this report than actually implementing a financial recovery plan and improving service delivery in Mangaung. First of all, NCR, according to the terms of reference as gazetted on 28 April 2022, you must report to Council monthly. Yet, this is the first report in this regard before Council since the implementation of the national intervention. I think we can all relate to that odd school report that we did not want to take home and show our parents. If this was my report, I would also not want to bring it to Council. I guess that explains the lack of reporting up until now. Just a word to the wise. The terms of reference as gazetted are not discretionary. They are there for a reason, and if you are serious in achieving your goals, they will assist you. Just a few highlights from your reports. The percentage of repairs and maintenance to municipal property is very low at 0.32%, which is likely the cause of infrastructure collapse and failing to replace aging infrastructure. The period for debt collection has dropped to 431 days, which is way below the national benchmark of 30 days. Water distribution losses is at an all-time high of 49%. Revenue growth has declined to minus 0.3%. Irregular, fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure is an indication of poor planning and no control. The city is underspending at 33% on its capital budget. the risk we face is losing much needed capital grants. The deduction made by the NCR, as per this report, is that the city is in financial dire straits. After being under national intervention for over a year, our financial situation is indeed dire, and service delivery is at an all-time low. I think it's clear that nothing has improved in the past year. If you are serious about your role in turning Mangaung around, please focus on your mandate as per the terms of reference. I hope that in a month's time we will be seeing positive change in the city and a better report with real progress. If not, we are just wasting time and paper by printing reports that serves no purpose. The citizens of Mangaung deserve better than that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, as Councillor Mongale has pointed out, it is quite a lengthy report, so I'm going to allow more councillors to make inputs if you weren't addressed, and I hope you're not going to crucify me for this, but even councillors that have spoken, if you have any additional inputs that you still want to make, I will also allow that. Okay. Councillor Matai. Councillor Mokoena. Any other councillors that... Councillor van der Walt. Any other councillors? Councillor Nakelo. Councillor McKay. Any other councillors? Yeah, I've got him. Yeah. Councillors, any other councillors, because this is going to be the final opportunity. Okay, last opportunity. Okay, thank you, councillors. It will then be Councillor Matai, Councillor Mokoena, Councillor van der Walt, Councillor Nikelo, Councillor McCoy, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Vivia. Thank you, councillors, in that order.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me also appreciate and applaud the report by the NCR team. Honourable Speaker, Councillor van der Walt must coordinate his thought process before he speaks. He makes a cheap, rough shot at the ANC, a rhetorical electioneering statement. Perhaps he must go and ask Councillor Anko Baka, who resigned from Mossel Bay Municipality, from the disgraced DA. Why did she do so? Regrettably, the rest of the speakers who spoke from opposition, except the EFF as well as the ASSD, spoke like visitors from Mossel Bay, who knows nothing about what is the situation in Mangaung. I would like to ask a few questions. I would predicate those questions with 4 or 5 observations. The question is, NCR, is there any improvement in our liquidity position as the municipality? How is our debt sheet standing at present? Are we making any headways in the implementation of the financial recovery plan? And finally, which is the 4th question, how soon can we get out of the intervention phase? My observations, Honourable Speaker, are as follows. I note with appreciation that the decline in the global demand for commodities occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly increased our fiscal deficit in most parts of the world, including our own country and our own municipality. I also know that our borrowing as a country has dramatically increased, and as such, our debt sheet has grown bigger exponentially. I also note, Honorable Speaker, that the need to cushion inflationary pressures in the consumer price index has compelled us to revise our GDP growth rate. Recently, the Reserve Bank has up or raised the repo rate by a 50 basis point. I also note that the sharp rise in the commodity prices, especially crude oil, is presenting a huge challenge. The Russian-Ukrainian war has exacerbated prices in the commodity sector. The ESCOM crisis in power outages of unimaginable proportions have equally not been helpful. The sustained rise in the prices of commodities has led to a sharp fall in the purchasing power of our currency. And all of these factors, including food, clothing, housing, transport, and other regular expenses, have gone up dramatically. And as such, all of these factors in their totality have impacted negatively the quality of lives to our ordinary citizens. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, in view of those observations, I really want to ask and know from the honest observation of the NCR, without casting any aspersion on their report. The report is of good quality. It points to the correct things that have taken place so far. It is not painting a rosy picture, obviously, but it really paints what has obtained so far, both informed by subjective and objective material conditions. And anyone who casts aspersions on that report is like a visitor from Mossel Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Why I had earlier thought that I was lost, and I realized that the NCR might have made some summary from where she was speaking, and not from, took out from this report to assist us. It would have been helpful to have had that summary because it would have made it easier to follow. Honorable Speaker, I'm just going to relate two things. There is one person, a story that I heard from my father, of one guy that he saw looking at night around a pole. In the townships we used to have one of the small poles with a light. And this person was looking there, and when he passed there, he says, "Man, what are you looking for?" He says, "No, I've lost my money." He says, "Oh, okay." And he started to help the person. After some time, he says, "But how did you lose it? And what happened?" He says, "No, man, I was coming from that side." And then when the gentleman that was being helped, he said that I was coming from not the left. Not from you. Yeah, don't take this. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the direction. He said, "No, I was coming from that other part. And then when I came here, I realized I lost the money. And then I started to look here. Now, because it was lit there, he found it convenient to look there, where he did not lose the money." And why am I relating this thing is that this report of the NCR has all of us, when we came in here to say we would want to contribute to fix this municipality, gives us a snapshot of some of the things that we had been asking to get that we could not get. We would recall that we had asked, for instance, that the handover report should have also contain the mandatory financial recovery plan, which was not included in there. And as a result, some of us did not even know what some of those indicators were. But now we have a history from 2020 where this municipality, in terms of the projections, was supposed to be stabilized in terms of the timelines from 1st July 2020 to the 1st of July 2021. However, the first report that we get after we have been elected still tells us we are still in the intensive care. Still gives us that our vital signs for a healthy municipality are actually have been going down. But we have been in this intensive care with specialists and everybody else who has been trying to assist us to get out of this intensive care. But our health has not improved. So I'm not so sure whether we are on the deathbed and we have decided not to recover, or whether it relates to the ability of those that are looking after us. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because one of the other things that worries me is that the NCR has referred in the report to some of the challenges that she had with some of the EMT members who have been seconded here. And she also has changed her team. But we as a municipality, we don't know what the rationale for those changes have been, and whether it is with intent to say we realize now that this particular patient needs more specialist skills, so let us try and redeploy new skills. So, and that's a very big problem that I want to put to this municipality, that this council must take ownership of its future. That we should, on the basis of this report, be able to make a very fair assessment as to whether the process up to now has been helpful and what is it that we intend to do going forward. Because we cannot just be reliant on some of the general statements that are here that might not even have specific indicators and timelines. And I think Councillor Matai asked,
30 seconds, Councillor.
where do you think we would be in a particular period? We would like to see those indicators, because the financial recovery is about certain specific financial indicators. So we need to be able to handle. So, Honorable Speaker, my issue is to this council: you are on your own, Mangaung. You have got to look at this report with a view of saying, even if we are grateful that we got it, but what do we do with what it is telling all of us in the interest of the people of Mangaung? It can't be that we say we accept the report and then we sit on it. This is a report for us to start to work and do the right kind of things. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm just saying, I don't know how we are going to do it, but this report just needs all of us to talk to the ministers and the cabinet reps and those that are responsible for this intervention team to say our assessment is this, and as this council, this is what we say going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Walt.
Thank you, Speaker. To take it further about the water, any councillor will take you to the hundreds of burst pipes not fixed for months and years. You don't need a study NCR, you need working trucks, and you need teams that are monitored, equipped and managed to fix the dam burst and leaking pipes. You need adequate stores of fittings needed by Mangaung workers and contractors. And you need a competent service provider or officials who can repair pipes and prepaid meters immediately when they fail. This is free prepaid revenue which we simply lose because of avoidable failures in supply chain management, finances and technical services. Mangaung only collects 50% of its billing according to the report. I always wondered how you get to 75% collection rates in your budgets. Now I understand. Centle collects nearly 100% and Mangaung collects 50%, so you add it together and you get 75%. No business will ever survive if it is only collecting 50% of the services it is billing customers for. And still we continue to pay Ramotelo to collect debt even from the customers whose accounts are up to date. We need to ensure that we collect what we are accurately bill customers on a monthly basis, and then ensure the debt collection department implements our policies before the debt becomes 60 days old, not 400 days old. Saldanha collects nearly 98%. What does the mayor ascribe this collection rate to? He says it's linked to the assessment of municipal performance by residents. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, not in Mangaung. Here, residents are expected to pay for refuse removal, while you can visibly see there is no soil cover over the daily waste dumped at the northern landfill site for the past 2 months. And residents are lucky if some of their waste is removed once or twice per month. And they ask us, why must I pay the full price for refuse removal if only once or twice it's removed every month? I must mention the legacy of Councillor Matai, who has left Waste and Fleet Department as GM. His time at Waste will surely be in time noted in the history of the city. A time when allegations of sabotage, intimidation, political interference, death threats, truck breakdowns, and non-collection in Bloemfontein reached an all-time high, and the functioning, discipline, and morale of employees reached an all-time low. I pray you do not bring any of that to our council chambers. Please leave it at the door. Supply chain management is broken. It has halted service delivery. It needs to be fixed. It won't happen because this is the feeding trough of the cadres. 85,000 rand for a bulletproof vest. Really? Town planning and building control are crucial functions in the city, not least to maximize revenue. This department has made submissions for appointment of critical vacancies as the department with the highest vacancies. There are urgent appointments of capable professionals needed. No cadres, but professional, technically capable persons, capable persons, no cadres, but professional capable persons who are committed to provide a service to the public. Lastly, Speaker, the report admits that the Treasury found that the budget is not funded because Mangaung continues to fail collect debts. It also finds the budget is not relevant because of a lack of consultation, as we have repeatedly called for a proper functioning IDP representative forum where all councillors, business leaders, civil leaders, ward committees and officials can all find a shared vision together for the city. Lastly, Treasury finds the budget is unsustainable due to deficits budgeted for. Mr. Mayor, are you going to act on the advice through the Speaker, on the advice in this report, or will you and monitor the progress on a daily basis and make sure the city manager implements it? Or will you continue using your slimming majority and PA coalition partners to push the budget through? Mr. Mayor, if I may mention, you were not here when I started. I wanted to mention, when you started your feedback on Friday evening, I had a moment of hope.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Okay. You listened, you wanted to learn, and that gives me hope. But, Mr. Mayor, there's a long way for you to still go to actually do what you said on Friday you will do. And I hope that you can successfully make sure that the recovery plan is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nikelo.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think myself as well, I'll end up sounding like a scratch city. But also at the same time, Madam Speaker wants to applaud Councillor Mokoena for not sounding like it, because he was precise and relevant to what has been presented. I just want to say, Speaker,
I need also to applaud the NCR on the report that she submitted today. Because for some time as the Council of Mangaung, we've been looking forward to this report that will precisely assist us as the municipality to start measuring the direction that we need to take in terms of making sure that we build this institution. Over and above that, Madam Speaker, it cannot also be right that when the NCR is presenting the report which serves as a barometer for us to gauge the direction that we need to take, and therefore the innocent NCR she's crucified for presenting this wonderful report. And Councillor Mungale will go to an extent to indicate that it is cut and paste. I'm not sure whether what cut and paste that he is referring to, because this is the first time that the kind of report is presented to us. So, because all of us were used to be listening to this thing of cut and paste, we even turned it into a song for us. But again, Speaker, I also need to indicate that this report, I heard there was one councillor who was complaining about the report, saying it was not supposed to even hear because it's a waste of paper and the money that we don't have. But I want to put it correctly to the community of Mangaung. That is why I was saying I don't want to sound like a scratch city. I said in our previous meetings, so I wish that these kind of meetings can be held in a public where our people can be able to attend in numbers and understand the level of contributions, and also understand that there are other political parties whose interest is not necessarily, they always indicate to the left and then turn right in most of the time. When they say they have the aspirations of our people in their heart, literally they don't have, because they cannot even acknowledge these important reports that are coming, so that the community of Mangaung can understand the challenges and the dilemmas that we are facing as an institution, and the work that we are busy doing in terms of making sure that we do that. So as a result of that, I would want to go to what Councillor Papi said, to say this report is a report that will assist us, not just to sit on top of it, but to make sure that we take this report, we critically analyze it, and we come up with the program of action that will assist us as an institution to make sure that we implement implement and improve on the deficiencies that the NCR has identified for all of us. So as a result of that, I want to say to the NCR, continue doing your work, because it is important that you guide us and show us the right direction that we need to take. And as per your terms of reference as indicated in the cabinet declaration. So as a result of that, Madam Speaker, I would want to say to the community of Mangaung, Mangaung is on the right track. We are working towards improving that. And in you, Executive Mayor, Acting Executive Mayor, we believe that all of the indicated issues will be dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you to Ms. Malaza, you indicated that the infrastructure or department has got no plan yet to fix the water leaks. On the 15th of May, the DA sent through to the Mayor and the Chief Financial Officer a clear laid out plan of how to just move one or two things around in the budget, and there will be more than enough money sufficient instead of making 15 million available for the lease of vehicles, that 14 buckies could be caught for all 14 teams for the water, and 100,000 rands worth of standard equipment and material per bucky, as well as 6.5 million allocated to sewage. It's a clear laid out plan. We have not heard from the Mayor the Mayor has acknowledging that he did receive it. It's a clear plan. If that plan can be followed, we can resolve the problems and solve 400 million rand being wasted on water leaks per annum. That's the first one. The second one is, Madam Malaza, you speak about someone serving with distinction.
if someone serves with distinction, that does not mean that because they lost a high court case and a criminal charge has been opened up against them, that is not distinction. That is highly contentious. So to employ somebody and to dump somebody, as a colleague of ours said, in this thing of criminal activities and cadres is not the idea that we want in Mangaung. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Yeah, let me start with the English part, cut and paste. When you look at page 17 of the National Cabinet Rep report, you'll see that she's referring to an operation of financial recovery of the last 5 years, when the arrival was not in the last 5 years. So that shows that it is cut and paste. I don't want to say it's a misrepresentation of facts because people would be accusing me of speaking English. I wanted to say it is just cut and paste. The issue of collection, the issue of meter reading, where it shows that it is only 80% of meters that are read out of 140,000 meters. And she's giving example to say when there must be a synergy between finance and the Department of Infrastructure. It's a correct submission. The problem is, why was it not submitted? Why did she have to wait for us to say there is no financial recovery plan, they are on holiday? It's then that they start to write a report and they start to tell us that these are the challenges that they are facing. If we didn't raise that, how would we know? And now that she's here, she can be able to speak for herself and state her story. And we have not heard the contribution of the intervention team because they have not been given the authority also to respond to the allegation that she has raised against them as a team. It would be nice that these reports, such as this, when they arrive, before they can come to the council, they must be sent to all relevant Section 80 committees for criticism so that people can analyze, contribute, and be able to agree or disagree with the documents. Not a last-minute rush just to submit a document and then not going through the entire process. That is the issue that we are raising. We are not fighting the person, we are dealing with the principled issues here. She mentioned the issue of systemic breakdown of governance. That systemic breakdown of governance, she should have alerted, at least if the then acting city manager was not cooperating, she should have alerted the executive and say, I'm not getting joy from Mr. Tebogo Motlashuping. May you please assist, even if you can arrange a meeting where we can sit down around the table with him and try to find out what is that is making us not work as a team so that matters can be resolved. I don't think that they hated each other so much that they could not even sit around the table in the presence of the executive. I don't even want to assume that they came here as factions, that NCR was coming from this faction and that Motlashuping was coming from this faction. That is why they could not reconcile. I don't want to imagine that. The issue of LLF not sitting, it's a time bomb. Speaker, I'm raising it to you. It's a time bomb. If LLF is not sitting, it means the morale of municipal workers is at its all-time low because their issues are not getting a platform where they can be addressed. Unless someone can say, we have substituted LLF with another institution where we talk directly with unions and we get things done, and all that we are doing is above board. The issue of credit control that she mentioned, she came with suggestions about the credit control, what should be done, and that when we collect debt, we should not be collecting at a percentage that we are collecting now, which is 79%, although it is an improvement, but the actual debt collection was supposed to be according to national standards, which is 95%. We will not reach it for as long as they have treated province and national as holy cows, that the money that province and national owes us cannot be fetched because if you go there, you are going to a no-go area. And I thought National Cabinet Rep will have the authority to talk to province and national to say, you are crippling Mangaung Municipality, you are crippling your own baby, you are failing to feed it. Now, when the baby is unable to walk,
Councillor.
okay, I'm just finishing this. When the baby is unable to walk, they are blaming the baby for being lazy. While the problem is not the baby, the problem is the parents who are not feeding it properly, national and provincial, who owes Mangaung Municipality.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vivier.
Thank you, Speaker. I was praying I would be covered, but unfortunately not, and I'm going to try to be not a record or a CD who got stuck, but let's try. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the National Cabinet Representative, and if you cannot answer me today, you can do it later, but please, could you maybe explain to councillors how we get to this 79% debt collection? It just doesn't make sense, especially if you look at the last 3 months or the first 3 months of this year, where our outstanding debtors again grew with R500 million. My fear is, I don't want to say it out loud, that most probably that collection figure or percentage is worked out on debt younger than a year. But if you look at our debt older than a year, that just grow and grow. So maybe in your next report, we will be much obliged if you can give us more clarity regarding how you get to a 79% debt collection rate, and maybe if it's not just current debt younger than a year, not older. In advance, thank you for that. Secondly, I did note that creditors were paid, they are almost half lower. My only fear is we don't get in the money. Now we pay creditors, and it's wonderful to go back to National Treasury, Province and Cabinet, or then even Parliament, and say creditors are being held at bay, but maybe we are paying money to the creditors that should have been utilized in other places. The reason why I'm saying that, you mentioned a large figure of millions on potholes that were fixed. I don't know if that was in Tati Pink's time or when, but in all honesty, I don't see the fixed potholes. On what my colleague just said regarding national and government debt, I again want to reiterate that it is now time that this council refer the credit control and debt collection policy back to the Rules Committee so that we can alter it, and so that in terms of that policy, we can also institute debt collection from government, because clearly the minister didn't do anything about it. The previous mayor done nothing about it. Maybe if we hand it over to debt collectors and we continue with formal litigation processes as to sue national and provincial, whomever it is, to pay us the money, hopefully it will work then. My last proposal, which I will be thankful if you look also at, through you, Madam Speaker, National Cabinet Representative, is overtime, overtime, overtime. We budget 7.5 million on overtime, and each and every month it's going double or even more than that. Now that milking of the cow that a lot of councillors have referred to now, in my mind it's overtime because it never stops. When will this metro reach the point where that additional food basket of overtime for ANC card carrying members of the administration or staff and workers will stop? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. NCR Memaloza, would you like to respond? Or would you like time to maybe with the next council meeting to respond?
Madam Speaker, I'll try to respond to the ones that I am able to, and then also commit to include them in my written responses as it is according to council, and with the ones that I am also not able to respond to immediately. Ntate Mathai asked a question, when do we think we will improve or have progress in liquidity? I think it's not a matter of when, it's a matter of what we should do to get to the when. So what we need to do is essentially collection. The councillors have been saying that. I am pleased to announce that at least today, big business is being disconnected that are long outstanding. And also, the provincial government is being disconnected also as we speak. So the what that needs to be done instead of the when. When you look at our liquidity ratio, you will see that the cash coverage ratio has improved, but the current ratio has not. So for you to get to a position of overall liquidity improvement or within the required stipulated frame according to National Treasury of 1.5 to 1, to 2 of liquidity required, we really need to put in place debt collection. Billing has to be complete, accurate, clean up our billing, stop on the estimates, metering also. So when we put those mechanisms into place, then you can say, by when do I expect this to happen? We must first start with the what we need to do, but to put the cart in front of the horse and commit to a when is very dangerous. This is really not something that you can thumb suck. We need to put those measures into place to ensure that the improvement in liquidity is achieved. We are hoping that with the council and administration and the commitment, if and when we do hire city managers, CFOs, permanent people who need to direct the administration and capacitate where we have vacancies, that you will be able to start bearing the fruits, because there will be bodies and leadership that can be held accountable, that can be given performance contracts to implement these tasks in the billing and the revenue collection. That was the one question, and if I have missed any, it's because maybe I've only highlighted certain councillors as questions. The other question came from Councillor Viviers. In terms of the collection ratio, I will get back to council and get the exact calculation of what is included, what is excluded for that. And it's not something that the finance guys decide on. There is a guideline onto how you calculate this. So I will provide that guideline to council. I'm not sure if the rest, I have noted that there were suggestions on the DA on addressing water leaks that we need to follow up on, and really most of them were not questions, but there were inputs that we've taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Insior Mimaloza. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on a point of clarity, perhaps I can assist. We also had that same question in our Section 80 Finance meeting, and the 78 and 79% refers to the current account. In other words, it's for this month. So it's not even for the year, it's just for this month. Last year in August, we were as low as about 52% in collection rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, I'm on page 15 of the agenda. Item 84.1, NCR Report to Council, May 2023. The report submitted by the National Cabinet Representative, Ms. Gugu Maloza, and then it states this report is for consideration, meaning we will have to vote if we accept this report or if we do not accept this report. So may I please ask those councillors, let's ring the bell. Those councillors in favour of us as council accepting this report, please raise your hands. Those councillors against the acceptance of the agenda, please raise your hands. Of the report, sorry. Those councillors against the acceptance of the report, please raise your hands. And then those councillors abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. The votes are 45 councillors in favour of the council accepting the report, 0 councillors are against, and then 28 councillors abstained. Thank you, councillors. Okay, councillors, we're still on page 15. We're moving on to reports from the Speaker. Item 85.1. I'm going to refer you to volume 7. This item is brought to Council with regards to the oversight report of the annual report, and in accordance with section 129 of the MFMA, Council is required to bring an oversight report to Council 60 days after it has been tabled in Council. The annual report was tabled in Council on the 13th of February 2023 and directed to Mpac to come back to Council within 60 days with an oversight report on the annual report. 60 days after the 13th of February meant this report had to serve in Council on the 13th of April 2023, which has not happened to date. There are certain factors and reasons for the failure to submit the oversight report. One of the factors are the resignation, I don't know if the resignation is correct, but the withdrawal of the acting city manager, Ntati Motlashiping, meaning that the answers, questions were submitted to his office, but responses was not received by Mpac before his withdrawal. Also, there's a shortage of staff within Mpac, which created inadequacies and resulted in the process to bring the oversight report to Council not being completed. Also, not all the information in the annual report could be verified. And then also lastly, the removal of the Mpac chair as a councillor left a void within Mpac. I had a consultation with members of Mpac because Mpac is a committee of Council, and as it's stated in the Structures Act 97A, a council must have an oversight committee, a municipal public account committee. So it is a committee of Council, so I did interact with members of Mpac to try and see how we can get the oversight report in Council as soon as possible. So what I want to request from Council today, firstly, is we sit with a predicament, and a big predicament, especially with regards to Mpac, because it's our oversight committee. So we are not able at this stage to do any oversight committee, because the committee is not really able to function because it does not have a chairperson. So what I want to request from council is to firstly make a decision on how we will handle the situation regarding the Mpac chairperson. There's two proposals that I want to put before council. The one proposal is that we elect a chairperson for Mpac. What I, however, have to tell council is, if you look at the standing rules and orders, if you look at item 10.1e, 10.1e reads, the chairperson at a meeting must reject any motion, proposal, or question which, and if you look at 4, any proposal, no, sorry, not E, D, sorry, D. Reject any motion, proposal, or question regarding a matter, and if you look at 2, which a decision of a judicial or quasi-judicial body is being awaited. There is currently a case in front of court regarding the Mpac chairperson, which may indirectly influence whatever decision we take in council with regards to the chairperson, if we decide that we will elect a chairperson, a new chairperson for Mpac. Then my second proposal would be, if we decide we're not going to elect a chairperson for Mpac, is to elect an interim chairperson for Mpac, so that Mpac can continue with their work. So to start off, those are the two proposals in front of council. So I will take inputs on those two proposals now, if there is any inputs. Councillor Nikelo.
Madam Speaker, on the first input, I am really shocked and very much surprised that the input has to be made in the council today. And I want to put it correctly to this house. Madam Speaker, you are quoting the right provision of the standing rules and orders. But at the same time, you are incorrectly referring to a very incorrect something that is not even here. I'm not sure whether this council, on the matter that the Madam Speaker is raising, is there anywhere where this council was informed about the court matter that involves the council and any other councillor? Because what I think, what Madam Speaker you are raising, you are taking a clearly political matter, you are bringing it into the council of the municipality. There has never been any way. I mean, I would say the former chairperson of the Mpac was an ANC member. And that former councillor or chairperson of the Mpac, who was an ANC member, I'm saying was, not is. And as a result of that, we are approaching the by-elections because the very same person has been expelled within the organization. And now that you are raising this issue, it's clearly an ANC matter that needs to be dealt by the ANC, not by this council. So I want to, request the Honorable Speaker not to do what you are doing to this house. That matter of the Mpac, I think also, I need also to indicate in this house that we spoke about this matter at the level of Troika. And we agreed that there cannot be a sub judice, whatever the language that we may say that we would, the legal jargon that you want to say and everything, that it may never and never that we have this issue, because those councillors, even if they went to court, we as councillors of the ANC, myself as the whip of the ANC, not as the acting council whip, I don't even know where, I mean, to say there are councillors who took the ANC or any other matter to court. And it was precisely, if that matter exists, it was precisely on political matters. So it cannot be right that we are taking political issues. And I want to request you, Speaker, desist from involving yourself into the matters of the African National Congress. We are capable of dealing with our own issues, and then we'll deal with those issues at the right time. So it cannot be right that you are raising this matter in this house, which is a matter that it's not supposed to be even part of this particular house. So as a result of that, if an item of electing the council whip need to be considered by this council, it also cannot be thrown through the window like what you are doing. We must process this item correctly so that it serves before the council in a correct way. I beg for you, Madam Speaker, please don't do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nakelo. I'm not involving myself in any political issues, but as the custodian, as the Speaker of Council, I must inform Council of things on which, if they take a decision, could have consequences, could prejudice Council. So that's the only reason I mentioned that, so that Council can take an informed decision on how they want to move forward. And then secondly, sorry.
Can I ask a question, Speaker?
No, sorry. And then secondly, I'm not saying we have to vote today. I'm just asking Council, how do you want to proceed on this matter, so that we can then bring it back to Council in the correct manner. That's all I'm requesting from Council, to take a decision, because Mpac is a committee of Council. Do you want to elect a new chairperson, or do you want to elect an interim chairperson? That's the only question I'm asking.
Can I ask a question before, Speaker?
Councillor Vivier.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, my understanding is that there is several court cases hanging at this stage, and we will even know, with reference to some of them, that indeed, because it was interdicts and everything, it changed a lot. I think it's safe. I've noted what Councillor Nukelu has said, but I think it's safe for the time being, up until the time that all those court cases has been finalized, to again opt for an acting chair of Mpac. But can I take it a little bit further? I think I'm sort of opening a can of worms, so please humbly bear with me. Currently, your position is acting. Currently, the executive mayor's position is acting. Let's be honest, when it transpired, when it happened, clarity will tell you that acting, there was a lot of sub judice cases and all those kind of things. But at least we can continue forward today. I'm not saying council don't have the right to appoint permanently. in the same sense, we also have the right to do it acting. This is just a safety measure, which were also suggested by the Speaker. I honestly will never know what happens in court cases. You never know what comes back. But it is the same path, a safe path to resolve to go for an acting chair of Mpac, because I think all of us do agree that Mpac needs to do its work. And that will just be my point on the stance. So we can make a long story about it. I'm just opening the other can of worms. If we then now discuss chairpersons of Section 79 committees, then we must talk about, with respect, your acting positions also. And then I would humbly propose, Madam Speaker, if we then do not come to terms on this, then according to me it's easy. We should then vote if we will then in the next ensuing council meeting will decide or vote for a permanent chair of Mpac or alternatively an interim. I do think, and I honestly want to say that we are just playing very safe if we make it acting or interim. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Councillor Nikelo.
No, Speaker, and Councillor Vivier, through you, Speaker, I'm not refuting that the council may take any decision in terms of either electing an acting chairperson of the Mpac or acting the chairperson of the Mpac. But what I just wanted to indicate, honorable councillors, is that there is no matter that is before the court where the municipality has been cited by those councillors, or in fact, let me not refer to, by the former chairperson of the Mpac. I'm saying if he went, the reason why I wanted to ask the Speaker a question was whether is there any paper where the former chairperson of Mpac went to court and the municipality was cited as a respondent into that particular matter, which will then say to us, we cannot, as an institution, decides to elect the permanent chairperson of the Mpac because indeed there is a matter that the municipality has been cited with that still needs to be decided by the court. But in this case, I want to say, repeat again, that matter, in as far as I know, it's a purely political matter. The person, if he went to court, he's firstly contesting for his membership of the ANC, which then the ANC after that will come back and decide whether he returns to the council or not, because he was serving in the council at the behest of the organization which is the African National Congress. That is the only problem that I'm raising. But this one of saying whether the council can decide whether we go for acting or we go for a permanent, we are ready, we can agree as the council and elect anybody for that purpose. But what I did not want, Madam Speaker, is for for a pure political issue which does not even, I cannot come and deal with the issues that involves any other political party, whereas I'm not a member of that political party. So, and also involve the council into that particular matter. If I hit somebody on the street, I'm then arrested, it is not a matter of the council. It is my personal matter that I need to deal with. That is the only thing that I was raising, Speaker, and Councillor Vivier, through you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matai.
I want to offer a reconciliatory view between yourselves and the council whip here. There's no harm in electing an acting person. There's equally no harm in electing a permanent person. However, there's just a course of action that has to be followed, which should be guided by the programming committee. You would recall, Honorable Speaker, that an ordinary council still has to be convened for the election of a mayor as well as a council whip. I would propose, therefore, that we suspend the debate on the election of a whether acting or permanent chairperson of the committee, and that should be done simultaneously when we handle both the executive mayor as well as the council whip. We equally should be appointing or affording the council the opportunity to elect the deputy executive mayor. We have not done that. I would propose that we should suspend the debate now. If it is not in the best interest of the council to consider this report simply because the chair remains vacant, we can receive that learned advice from whoever is endowed with that right to advise us. But if there is no harm in adopting the report in the absence of the chairperson, I would equally move that we should do that. But I want to concretely propose a different course of action. Let's suspend the debate. Let's deal with this matter in a right manner, allow both the Troika to consider it, also afford the programming committee to finalize the agenda on a course of action that has to be followed, both in filling the vacancy on the acting two positions. Because a court that was meant to dispose of the matter relating to the acting capacities of the executive mayor as well as the mayor has now finalized that. Rule Nisi has been granted by court, has been confirmed. This council by law must comply. It has to convene an ordinary council meeting, elect or confirm the two acting positions. So I propose that we should suspend that and deal with it when we consider the rest of the remaining issues. Thank you.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Nikelu, through you, Madam Speaker. I think what the Speaker is trying to say, she's not trying to involve herself into party politics, but the outcome of that court case might affect council. So say, for instance, the person that has now been taken to court, say, for instance, the African National
Councillors, please.
Does indeed decide, I'm now playing devil's advocate, does indeed decide that that person may be a member again of the party and that person may hold their position in council. That person also had the position of the chairperson of Mpac. And then that person might go to court again to say, but while I was gone, you replaced me and you did not have the authority. So that is why the Speaker is raising the issue, because it affects council.
Councillors, please. Councillors, when councillors were speaking now from the ANC, you were allowed to speak. So please also allow other political parties to make their inputs on this matter.
If indeed, can that councillor please withdraw a statement that I'm lying? That I'm lying?
Yes.
Withdraw?
Councillor Kruger, please withdraw.
With all due respect, Madam Speaker, I can only withdraw if it is indeed a lie. Can we first ascertain that one? Because that is a lie and it's misleading and it's purposely done. There is no court case. So if I'm saying she's lying, I firmly believe I have all the right to say so.
With all due respect, Madam Speaker, your colleague just referred to the court case and explained the detail with regard to...
Councillors, please. Councillor Leach, please address the House, because otherwise I'm going to then just stop this debate, because...
My apologies, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm just indicating to you what the effect of the court case is onto council, and that is why the Speaker has brought it to council. Because if we as councillors take a decision here today, which is against the rules, the standing rules and orders, then we are held responsible. So all that she's asking is that we decide today, are we going to vote for a chairperson or an interim chairperson? And as my colleague has already indicated, the safer option is to vote for an interim chairperson, because there are court cases going on.
Which court cases are you talking about?
Councillors, please. Councillors, please. Councillors, please. Councillor Leach, are you finished?
Madam Speaker, I think it is safe to say from our side, we can only take part in electing an interim chairperson for the time being, as we would not like to be against the standing rules and orders. Thank you.
Councillors, please lower your hands. I'm not going to allow further debate on this issue. What I was trying to do is to be proactive and bring this to council, like I said, after I consulted with members of Mpac, so that we maybe can already today have a way forward. But seeing as council...
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
No.
Please don't say with members of the Mpac, because it's not what we are creating the Mpac with that. That's why I raised the hand. It's not what we are creating Mpac yesterday.
No.
So don't involve us into
Councillor, please sit down. Because you joined the meeting late when we were basically finished. So don't tell me now what was discussed and what was not discussed. Councillors, please lower your hands and stop shouting out at me. So all I want to say, I'm not going to recognize any hands on this matter anymore. So all I wanted to say, so I thought to bring this to council so that council can make a decision on it. But seeing that council is now crucifying me for trying to bring something to council to make the final decision, I'm going to refer you in volume 7 to the recommendations, and that's all I'm going to ask council then to decide on. It is hereby recommended that A, that the municipal council take notes of the report, and the report is basically why the oversight report has not served in council, and that B, the municipal council mandate the speaker to investigate measures to resolve current impasse and report back to council in the next council meeting. So I'm going to ask councillors that we vote on that matter, if you will give me the mandate to come back to council in the next council meeting.
Point of clarity.
No, I'm not. No.
Is a point of clarity before we vote?
Yes, councillor.
Speaker, here we have 2 recommendations, A and B, and then in the document we have 4 recommendations, A, B, and C. And the one that has A and B, you signed for it. So which one are we waiting for exactly?
As I've said, go to volume 7 with these recommendations that I signed for. Yes, but that's what I was reading now. Not in the agenda, the report, volume 7. Councillor Massieu, is it for clarity?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I'm just asking when the speakers on this item, or it won't be drawn today, in other words, it will only be drawn when it is brought back to council. I just want clarity.
Councillors, I'm in volume 7 of the annexures. And as I've stated, the recommendations are, there's only 2 recommendations. It is hereby recommended that A, that council takes note of this report, B, that the municipal council mandate the speaker to investigate measures to resolve current impasse and report back to council in the next council meeting. So I'm going to put it to a vote. Those in favour of the recommendations as they are, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. Those against? And those abstaining? Thank you, councillors. Those in favour are 69, those against are 0, and those abstaining are 4. Councillors, we are still on page 15. We are now at item 86. Okay, no, sorry. We've already dealt with item 86.1. We are at item 88.1, which is an in-committee report, which is the report of the Speaker to Council of Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality on the appointment of the Audit and the Performance Committee members. I'm therefore going to ask the live streaming to end and for the media and public to please excuse themselves. Councillors, we are now at item 89, closing of the special council meeting. So thank you, councillors. We are adjourned.